Good evening. Tonight, we're going to continue the story into Stormblood's postgame, which hopefully we'll get about a third of the way through. There's only a few dungeons and like one trial throughout it, so there's going to be a lot of story reading. Let's just get right into it. After the queue. We might actually be able to get really far, depending on how long the cutscenes and story beats are. But we'll see. I'm a bit surprised by how few dungeons and trials there are. When you think back on it, or when I think back on it, it feels like there's way more in the post game of Stormblood. But apparently it's just like 3 dungeons. Most of the content that feels like it's part of the story is actually optional stuff, which is probably the reason why. Let's see if we can upgrade our retainer to a dragoon. Before we get too far into the story. See, normally I do this in Britannia, so I'm a little bit uncertain on where exactly the retainer bucket is. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be here. Yep, there it is. Oh, let's see, there it is. Purchase a copy. 40 benches, I think we have that. Excellent, now we can make our retainer dragoon. It doesn't change that much, it's mainly just important because we have some gear that is dragoon specific. But other than that, it's a very minor detail, I think. And then we adjust our items to the market. Actually, I want to keep my materia myself right now. We should also keep this. And remember, just because we have a main quest stream tonight, that doesn't mean that you can't ask. Like, if you have a question about a job in the game or something else, you're totally welcome to ask that, as always on these streams. It does not have to be entirely main quest focused, what we're doing. Apparently we had some upgrades. I think that's everything. And where was our story going? Giovannia, Ralgo's Reach. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, we can probably save a little bit of running. Right then, let's go and find Master Leveilleur. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte, and we'll be along shortly. See you there. In retrospect, we should have completed this quest before we ended stream last week. That was weirdly short. Greetings, Kaitsu. It would seem we are to accompany Arenwald on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy, and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot, by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rulka's reach being burnt to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sots he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty? You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold loss drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remained simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventure would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. And we have learned a new emote. The box emote. Oh. A full set of accessories. That's a bit early. We haven't even gotten armor, but I suppose we're more lacking in accessories, right? And our fancy earring is still superior to anything else we have. The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion. Which means the Guardians must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arenwald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to, ask around? Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Guardians are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that there would have been at least 20 at the time, you would be looking for people who have seen 40 summons or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Orenwald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, while Caetsu makes the rounds in the Enemican quarter. Ha! And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbardi's gate. Well, Orenwald, the good news are you aren't the sole party leader. That makes everything a lot easier. It's a lot easier to deal with a party or even a raid if you're all working together. In the palace? No, not me, lass. Surely you've heard the stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions upon the divine audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. Yeah, that's understandable. You would be choosing between possibly getting paid well, but dying at any moment, or doing anything else than that. Presumably, the aides on the palace were paid well, is what I'm guessing. Otherwise, there would be no point in making that risk. You want to hear an old maid's story? An old maid's stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see His Royal Majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered, and after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow, and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. And I'm Regadin. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric, and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's-bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Arnold. He was the king's head scribe. Oh, that is very useful. Very, very useful. Is he particularly old or particularly young then? Like weirdly young, so we wouldn't ask him. Yes, I am Arnold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet, if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen. Yes, I heard that story 3 times. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. That explains a lot. I have been very confused. Like, it's been so long since I learned the story behind the dungeon this is leading up to. So much so that I can't remember the reason, but then when I started paying closer attention to the mobs in the dungeon, I started getting more confused because I didn't remember the backstory, but now we got it. Now it all makes sense. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself. But I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Caetsu? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters? And what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning her a yarn, do you think? Do you believe him, Caetsu? His fear seemed genuine. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden. But ere I share my theory, there's a matter I would clarify. Ironwald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Gallian blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pure-blood Gallians. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Oh. Thank you, Arnwald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Caetsu, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arnwald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? I guess. I guess so. Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's trove, if you are minded to hear it. Let's see, we need the slaying one. Does it actually say what the stats on the gear is? This would actually be a really annoying situation to be put in, because if you haven't paid extremely close attention to like the way that gear is named in the game, you would have a really hard time knowing which one is the one for your job, especially if you're a melee, because okay, you're slaying, that makes sense, but technically all DPS are slaying enemies, so that's like you have to figure it out by guessing. Also, only one ring? Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourn to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Selt. And we still don't have flying anywhere. We have to do the slow run. Forgive me, it was not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great flood of the sixth Stormblood calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Skalla, which rose and fell during the fifth astral era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet, its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Selt. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Skalla. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely, and since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city will have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers, and the gods know how many Alamegans, never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Caetsu, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arenwald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. What? We swim all the way over there? This is the perfect submarine. This quest would actually be a lot more interesting if we weren't like... if we didn't have like a marker that said exactly where we needed to look. Because then we would have to explore the ruins a bit more to find the destination. But because we have it, we don't have to. It might be interesting to look through. I do believe that there are treasure maps that sometimes point to this area. You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. Oh. A door. You come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. Caetsu, it's Alphino. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a door concealed by enchantments. Have you aught to report? Oh yeah, I found the other side. And you believe it leads into the ruins? Excellent. Then I propose we proceed from our respective entry points and look to meet somewhere in the middle. Oh, come on, you two. We might as well make it a race. Victory goes to the first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed. And here we are. The Drowned City of Skalla. That is an interesting looking light. I don't believe they usually are like bubble shaped like that. Oh, I have prepared by having a friend waiting in the wings to join me. So hopefully we don't have a very long queue time. The Drowned City of Skalla. Now the reason that the thing that I was talking about earlier is that some of the enemies mainly it looks a lot more clear in the later parts of the dungeon, I believe, because the enemies look slightly, ever so slightly human, and also because they say things when they fight you and get killed. You begin to question who they are, and if you just mashed through the dialogue for this particular part of the story or didn't pay close attention, then this particular little bit about that story would be completely lost. Like, why are the enemies like that? It feels like there's something missing. But you only realize that after starting the dungeon. I think that's very interesting. Like, they start to add a little bit more clear details to the dungeon. Oh. We have portrait issues, apparently. Oh well. I'll see if I can fix it after the dungeon. I believe Drowned City of Skalla was the current, like, dungeon to do when I reached max level for the first time in the game. I can't remember for certain, but I'm pretty sure it was. Okay, we're pulling one pack at a time in that case. I don't mind. It's more a matter of just knowing what we're doing so that I'm not sitting on cooldowns for nothing. Better that we put the dot on the enemy with more health, and there's a bigger chance that we get the full value out of it. This is a difficult position to make sure I hit everything with a line AoE of all things. Nope. This is too small of a pack to bother using cooldowns. So I'm instead going to just stockpile everything to start on the boss. That's generally the reason why you normally learn to like pull multiple packs at once, is because otherwise there are certain packs that feel like they're not intended to be pulled on their own in some dungeons. Looks like we got the opener pretty spot on. Hydro push, then we want to be closer to the boss. I recommend saving your knockback immunities on this boss for when it does the hydro pull, especially if you're a melee, because it's a much bigger damage loss to have to run away. Oh no. That was the worst time. Yep, so the pull, so we use immunity. And then we can ignore it. It's not lethal damage. The biggest fear about getting pulled into the waters out on the edge is that it makes the water damage from the boss hit harder. So it's more about what it does after you get pulled out, rather than the damage from getting pulled out in the first place. The outfits from this dungeon are also always very nice. I seem to recall that the story behind them is, I believe it was the mage outfit that was made in a contest years ago. And then the rest of the sets were made to like match the design of the mage outfit. It's better to just use the cooldowns early if you're like, we're probably going to take 2 minutes making our way to the next boss anyway. So even if I use them on a single mob, we'll probably have the cooldowns ready again in time. Now we just save the life of the dragon for the next pack, because this is a little excessive to use it on. But other than that, it's very, You know, there is a benefit to taking the pulls one pack at a time. It takes a little longer, but it's a lot more relaxed. And I'm pretty sure some players would appreciate that. Ugh. This pack is also particularly brutal, but normally you pull the 2 Phobats before it and the Golems right after that. You pull all of that together in one big pull. It's not unusual to use an Invuln as a tank in this particular pack because of how strong it is, how stacked it is with strong enemies at least. But because we're taking it one pack at a time, it isn't that bad. I know Sip is very reliable as a healer, so even if our tank hadn't been perfectly optimal, you can see that he's a returning player, so that would be totally, like, that would be expected, that he wasn't entirely on the case with everything. But even if he wasn't, I know Sip would be able to handle it. Turns out that I didn't have enough time to prepare my second set of 2-minute cooldowns, but that's fine. This boss has a really inconvenient, repeatedly happening intermissions like this, so we probably wouldn't have gotten a very good burst with or without them. Case in point, here it comes. It's very funny when you, like, if you're just a few people, or like 1 or 2 players that know this fight beforehand, you can almost deal with the mechanic before it even, like, gets to start. Oh no, I'm gonna get hit, I think. Oh, apparently not. Ah, didn't get to finish my burst properly. There's also an interesting thing with this mechanic, because where the bomb you place ends up is based on where you are when that front flip finishes, rather than where you are when you click it. Which is, I think, an uncommon way for mechanics to hurt, like, for abilities to work. Oh, apparently I'm the only one that is kneading on things. I thought that was a ring. That is my mistake. I didn't read closely enough. Should have just greeted on it, but based on the fact that everyone's passing, I probably would have won it anyway. That is such a good jacket. The Skalla Coat of Fending was probably the first item in the game that I did any glamour with at all, if I remember correctly, back in Stormblood. That's also why one of my glamour plates on my main is the Skalla Fending set-ish. There's some pieces left of it, but it was originally just the Skalla set of Fending as it is. Just with no additions at all. An interesting detail with these mobs we're getting up to now is particularly the really long boys that we're going to be seeing here. With the huge arms. Their basic auto attacks, if I remember correctly, cleaves. So if you're standing in front of them as a DPS or a healer, you're going to be in a lot of pain, potentially. I say potentially because I'm not entirely sure if it's all of their attacks that cleave, but it's certainly some of them. And that's particularly interesting because in later dungeons, those guys, these really long-armed boys, they always have that gimmick. That they do some cleave damage in front of them every now and then, if not with every attack. They also happen to hit really hard as a gimmick. But it's consistent. There is a dungeon at level 90 that has that as well, and it's exactly the same. I'm pretty sure they cleave, but it seems the accursed idol also just does some random lightning bolts. Because we're coming up to the boss anyway, I think this is a decent time to try and adjust my cooldown timings a little bit by just saving things. Optimally, if you're trying to like run through a dungeon as quickly as possible, it is probably not the most effective, since you actually get more value out of your cooldowns if you use them, first of all, immediately. But it's also more valuable to use them on AoE packs. This is a classic boss. It's one of the few that has no telegraphs. Or almost no telegraphs. Which means that I hope Sip is ready if Atom doesn't know to step aside when the frontal cleave happens. Here it comes, and he's not moving. Well, he was barriered up, so I think Sip was ready for it. Oh, there's the tail swipe. And Sip isn't ready for it. Thank you for the summary, LB, FFXIV. Nope, glare mechanic. Oh, it's particularly bad if it's on the tank. And then there's frontal lasers. I just realized I used my cooldowns in the wrong order. Oh well. Oh, tail swipe. I was running away way too soon on that one. And then there's the frontal swipe. just simply not worth it to risk getting mind controlled for like 6 seconds or confused for 6 seconds just to sneak in one extra attack. I'd rather miss out that one attack. Alright. Completely forgot about Limit Break. This was actually a really good run on this boss. Sometimes people don't really learn to dodge the attack throughout the fight. But it's a lot better when people at least try. Bottoms of healing.
Bugger it. Are you all right? Aye. Everything's still attached.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good. We spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you? Much the same then. 'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Right. Let's see if we can fix our portrait before we move on. Is that it? Aren't they supposed... Isn't it supposed to be that you can assign them somehow? Apparently it seems like they are assigned. I feel like there's something missing here. Let me just take a moment to figure this out while we're here. I don't know. That is not it. Oh well, we'll have to see later. Arnwald and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time, we should agree on some manner of handicap. Ah, we may have lost Alphino, but think of what we found. Quite. I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating spectre, you mean? You should have heard him scream, Caetsu. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. I think it would be extremely funny if while you were doing the dungeon, you could like hear random Alphino and Orenwald noises coming from up above while they were, you know, dealing with their situation separately. That would have been pretty funny. Like, while you're fighting some trash packs, you can just hear Alphino scream. That would really add to it. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Lise should be the first. Seconded. There's to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so she's sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Hello, Quasari. How are you doing? Yeah, we just finished Drowned City of Skalla. It's actually extremely early in the post-game of Stormblood. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise. And I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Caetsu and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Orenwald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it on our own. I've taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there's one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths, tell me what's happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself. Oh no. Quasari says, I've been playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 all day. I suppose I'm sort of addicted to it already. I know that feeling.
Step back, all of you!
That feeling of picking up a game and just, you don't want to play anything else all day.
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on? Someone let slip about Fedora.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down! Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
I know you're right, I do, but I can't.
It is very fortunate that they have Raban that is like a separate representative of reason without being directly tied to the resistance. The simple fact that he is not directly tied to the resistance made his voice of reason a lot more, well, understandable, because he wasn't on the side of the people that made Fordola a prisoner in the first place. He just looked at the situation and said, well, I sort of agree with their decision.
Why thanks, Raban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away.
It is a difficult tide to stem. It was that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance.
Aye, and it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Guardians. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kikyan to participate.
Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fodola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings.
Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated and everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos.
And also, if she literally requests to be executed, then you would not want to do that. Like, it sounds like it would be to her advantage somehow.
Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fodola? Only, I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things, but in some ways, she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too.
I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fodola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does.
You have the commander's permission to enter then?
Yes.
So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time. That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either. You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men. And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fodola. I see you for what you are.
along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right. Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arm.
We're citizens. We have rights.
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Oh boy.
Fadola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honouring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
Nice rope.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay! You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
For those I have lost, for those I can yet save.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
That is a great cutscene. A really good cutscene. It also makes you really understand her perspective, Fadola's perspective. Her pretty much where she has ended up in life now all stemmed from that one incident where her father died. That was it. So make sure that you treat other people with respect. You don't know what one thing is what breaks the camel's back. Of course, that is... Fadola is a little bit of an excessive example, but the lesson still stands, I would say.
I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fadola something to think about at least.
Aye, and I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Kaito, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fadola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with.
I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who was born with the echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the immortal flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we?
This is certainly a little bit of a labyrinth, isn't it? Someone asked in the Free Company if Palace of the Dead boss rooms can have traps. Just for anyone listening, don't worry. There are no traps in the boss rooms. Even though it would be really funny if you could do like 80% of a boss's health bar with a bomb trap. Hey Skin, how are you doing? I feel like Stormblood is highly underrated. I agree. I think it's a really good story. I think the reason why people are rating it lower than Heavensward is because the story is slightly different. There's a lot more focus on a character that feels like, I'm guessing Lise primarily, that people have less of like a companionship with because of how she's, you know, been masked all this time, is my guess, and then maybe just people don't enjoy the story as much. I think the particular pain point a lot of people have complained about is that they felt like Xenos was just weirdly overpowered in a way, like he was so strong, but you didn't really have the reference point for why that was, so he just felt strong for no reason. And I can see how that works. But at the same time, as a counter-argument, how would the storytellers explain to us how Xenos got that powerful without flat out showing us and being like, this is why? And shown his training arc from start to finish. Because there's no way to explain it. Like, the only reason why the player character is powerful is similarly because of a reason that is sort of vaguely explained throughout the story, right? So it stands to reason that you don't always have to explain why a character is that powerful.
General Alden is inside. Will you be joining him?
But I do think that the story is a lot better than I feel like people recall it as. I think it might just be mostly that the Heavensward story and now also the Shadowbringer story and even the Endwalker story next to it stands slightly higher. So even though Stormblood is excellent, it's just that a lot of people prefer Heavensward or prefer Shadowbringers. So while it's still like really well made, it's not the best. It's a little bit like comparing jobs, like job performances. If you're not the strongest, then you're not good. Anyway, let me just find something to stand on so we can almost be eye to eye, Big Raban. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it.
Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnwald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her?
We've been hard pressed just to organize research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the science expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand.
Oh look, a Magitech pod. I wonder if I should...
But there's also an investigator. I want to check out the pod first.
The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous now you know its purpose. The surrounding parts are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the parts are designed to drain the ether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you.
What are you up to? Oh.
So many bodies. Every one of them a victim of these experiments. Do you show any signs of external injury? From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die.
Ah, those are the supply subjects. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Kaetsu, shall we start with you? Why are you standing here inspecting this if you have no idea what's going on, Raban?
Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo? I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guarded Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door, night and day, if she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past.
But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again.
Indeed, as you may recall, Ysayle was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Rhys Velga's past. Vodola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed.
Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments had been relayed back to Garlemald, there would be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these godforsaken procedures, and Vodola remain our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet.
Right.
Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned.
I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go.
Now, the good news in that regard is that, as we know, only Xenos actually believed in that science. So there's a good chance the rest of Garlemald, even if they were given the research papers, like just served on a silver platter for them to use, they will just be like, thanks, and then not do anything with it. I think that is actually the reason why it's so significant that the professor there, the doctor doing the research, points out that only Xenos cared. Because if that was not the case, then the concern that Rauban has is correct. That they could have an army of echo fighters, basically. And I just also want to add that it feels like such a random detail to add because it's added in, a meanwhile scene where we would only know this if they showed us because our character does not experience it. But it explains something that we have to deal with now. If you think about when this happened, originally you would have completed the Stormblood story, what we finished last week, and then 3 months later we would see this. Which means that they planted this tiny detail in a random cutscene, which is now important. Which I think is pretty smart.
I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Rauban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? This is a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Uldar, or start again in the land of their birth. Oh. Caetsu, a moment. Pippin. I'm newly returned from Uldar with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace decides an audience with you. She understands you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those. Alphino, but not everyone's as Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Caetsu.
Ah yes, interrogating royalty. My favorite pastime. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Orenwald? I'm at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards, Kaitsu. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Oh, wait a minute. We don't have to pay 500 gil for that. We have a song. This is actually a song I don't hear that much, but it's always very nice and relaxing. You expect it, my lady. Please proceed.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy. The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Uldar home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure? Wonderful! Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Exactly, Skin. The music, this particular almost just piano version of the Uldar music is very nice. I think I actually really like those simple piano themes for the evenings in most zones. I think it's the evenings at least. Guess it's early morning in this case. I just realized that it seems pretty consistent that if I'm choosing between the day theme or the night theme, it's often the night theme that is a lot more gentle like this, that I like better.
What do you think of Lilira the Merchant's Daughter? This is the disguise I don when I wish to leave the palace and observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papashan would accompany me, but for this particular outing I need an advisor, not a minder. That is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now, let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the Gate of Nald. You could say that it's a stone's throw away from the Gate of Nald. I'm here all night. The skin says there, the nighttime music is pretty chill when compared to the day theme. Yeah. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugee camps in squalor, at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Uldar. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Well, not you alone. Your hands have been tied, Your Grace. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. Where's that? It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Ralban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience. I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarist's damnable games. Forgive me my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Uldar and visit the Colosseum. Back to Uldar then. I just want to check something really quick while we're here. Okay, that's fair. I wanted to see for a moment if there was like an unreasonably large amount of people doing the Gladiator quest line, what with the remake of Paladin and such. That would have been pretty funny. But it's already been a little while, so it would make sense if there isn't anything. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life. But it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Ralban. The match I'd been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Pool of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Rauban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Rauban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theatre. But as you know, Rauban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the syndicate, and then I had my blade.
That is a really awesome story.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shum. Raban!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar, and so, as tradition dictates, Rauban Uldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
That cute little run she did because she couldn't take the big Lalafell steps you normally do. That was adorable. I wish player characters could do that somehow. I loved that.
Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is as that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Rauban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me.
Why is it that it's all caster food? Yeah, give me the money, I guess.
We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arseneth ossuary.
Arseneth.
Where is that?
Just say Thaumaturge's Guild. That would have made it much easier for me.
When the calamity threatened, Rauban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartano, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louisoix would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here, I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads a people in times of adversity. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Uldar. I have chosen my path, Caetsu. With Alamigo now freed from imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamegans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan school in Ralka's reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Uldan Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Why not seek the advice of one who employs refugees? I think that's a good one. A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbird Mandeville?
Such a good man. Such a Godbird. That Godbird Mandeville.
Ah, well, he is a most generous man, if something of an eccentric. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbird should be only too glad to receive us.
Sultana, I have a question. What happened to I have to hurry? To gain access to the Gold Saucer, you must first accept, or have previously completed, the quest It Could Happen to You, available at level 15 in Uldar on the steps of Nod. I guess we haven't completed that, have we? We have the Gold Saucer. We do not. Right then. Then that's what we have to do next, apparently. Although we might be able to progress it to the point where we can meet the Sultana there.
I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement.
And then it says it again. So now we need to find our way to the Gold Saucer. What a random side path all of a sudden. Like, that was certainly not the side quest I expected to do today. It could happen to you. It could be you. It could be me. Is it this one?
Do be careful with those. Break anything and I shall be forced to deduct it from your salary.
Beg pardon? What is my loyal manservant carrying? Why, a not so small fortune in prizes ably won by yours truly in the Gold Saucer. You have heard of the Gold Saucer, nay? Yeah, Gertz, woman, you might at least try to keep up with the times. It's only the Sultanate's newest and finest place of entertainment. Thrilled at the sight of majestic birds roaring down the straights at the chocobo races, pit your wits against your peers at the triple triad tables. At the Gold Saucer, one can do all this and more, and if you know what you're about, you'll walk out a wealthier woman than you entered. If there's a better place to shake off one's cares after a grueling day of promenading, I've never heard of it. Did I mention the prices? But I dare say you'd rather discover them for yourself. Yes, I'll wager you're wondering just how in Thal's good name you can experience the wonders of the Gold Saucer firsthand. Am I right or am I right? Ha! I thought as much. Well, since this has been my lucky day, I don't see why it shouldn't be yours too. I just so happen to have a spare golden airship ticket, you see. Consider it a gift from me to you, my lady. Just show that ticket to the fine lady over the landing, and you'll have a seat on the next airship bound for revelry and riches. Be fairly warned, though, you may expect no mercy from me should our paths cross at the triple triad tables. Nay, not so much as an ounce. Ha ha! Excellent. That was the weirdest conversation that seemed like a person, like a person that then decided to regurgitate an ad. Really, really strange. This is the reception desk for flights bound for the Mandeville Gold Saucer. Before proceeding, I must ask that you submit your ticket for inspection. You do have a ticket, yes? Allows the bearer passage on Highwind Skyways private charter flights to and from the Mandeville Gold Saucer. It appears that everything is in order. An airship will be departing shortly before the next bell. Shall I reserve a seat for you? Yes. You should. That is absurd. Just from the sheer amount of children that we saw in that opening cutscene, I'm surprised we don't see more children just hanging out in the Gold Saucer normally. Oh yeah, the new leap of faith. Welcome to the Mandible Gold Saucer, where all your dreams can come true. That is, all your dreams can come true if you have enough Mandible Gold Saucer points. MGP. Gil can be exchanged for MGP at the main counter in the middle of Entrance Square. The current rate is 10 Gil for 1 MGP. Uldan law prevents the Gold Saucer from exchanging MGP if the patron already possesses more than 500. MGP cannot be converted back into Gil, but the points can be used to purchase an assortment of wonderful prizes from the prize claim attendant, also located at the main counter in Entrance Square. What? Oh. Yeah, let's do this quest while we're here. I also wanted to find the Aetheryte while we were here anyway. Welcome, honored guest, to the Mandible Gold Saucer, where your wildest dreams are ever but a card or a chocobo's beak away from coming true. If this is your first visit, nothing would please us more than to give you a full tour of our establishment, that you might enjoy its wonders to the fullest. At the conclusion of the tour, it is our custom to offer our esteemed patrons a complimentary gift, straight from the vaults of our illustrious proprietor himself. Consider it Lord Mandeville's way of personally thanking you for your patronage. Should you wish to take the tour, pray proceed to the main counter over there and speak with the receptionist. On behalf of the management, may I take this opportunity to thank you for choosing the Gold Saucer. Rest assured, my colleagues and I will spare no effort in seeing that your visit is a pleasant and profitable one. May fortune smile upon you. Oh, then we also have to find all the ether shards while we're here. Hey, Dynamo. She seems excited. Oh, we should unlock cards too while we're at it. Welcome, traveler, to the Gold Saucer. This is the main counter, where you can purchase tickets for the mini cactpot, acquire and redeem Mandeville Gold Saucer points, and much, much more. But what in the world are Mandeville Gold Saucer points, I hear you cry? A most astute question, and one which I shall be only too happy to answer. But first, if I may direct your gaze to your left. Beyond those majestic gates you will find Chocobo Square, home to the Chocobo Racing Circuit. Aye, what Chocobo owner has not dreamed of pitting their fleetest bird against the realm's finest in a pulse-quickening dash for fame and fortune? Truly, it is the sport of sultans. And should you desire a more elaborate contest of strategy, you will surely find it in Minion Square at the Lord of the Minion tables, where would-be generals pit armies of minions against one another in battles for honor and glory. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, Mandeville Gold Saucer points. Put simply, MGP, as we call it for short, is the currency by which dreams are bought and sold within these halls. But my associate here beside me can tell you more, including how to go about acquiring some MGP of your very own. Pray speak with him to continue your tour. So, you're about to experience the wonders of the Gold Saucer for the first time? How I envy you. But before you venture forth, you'll want to exchange a share of your guild for MGP, a service which is my great honor to provide. With MGP in your coin purse, you'll be able to enjoy all of the fabulous attractions we have to offer, and all of the wonderful games. If you play them with skill, you'll find your little stack of points increasing 10, 20, even 100-fold. Now that you know the fundamentals, you're ready to step out onto the floor of the Gold Saucer. Your tour will continue at Card Square to the southwest. The card trader there will be your guide. I would of course be happy to exchange some of your guild for MGP before you venture on. While my associates and I strive to leave nothing unexplained, there truly is no substitute for first-hand experience, and I heartily recommend trying your hand at our many amusements for yourself. Let's buy some MGP, because as you can only buy the first 500, that is efficient. Welcome to the Gold Saucer. If you're looking to exchange your ordinary old guild for shiny new MGP, then you've come to the right place. What do you say? There we go. Also, I believe we need to talk with nope. I guess it is down this way to the Triple Triad guys to unlock the cards proper. The reason why it is somewhat significant to unlock Triple Triad cards is because if you don't unlock it, then bosses won't randomly drop them, and they will mean free MGP every now and then.
Well, aren't you just the sweetest thing? Welcome to Card Square, home of the Triple Triad tables. What's Triple Triad, you ask? Why, only the mind-bending, pulse-pounding, maddeningly Moorish card game that's taken the realm by storm. But don't take my word for it. Behold! Can you not feel the tension in the air? Form a hand of 5 cards and play the role of a field general sending your bravest into battle. Should you wish to learn the rules and experience the excitement for yourself, you need only ask. Start today and we'll even throw in some complimentary cards to help you on your way. You can face off against a single opponent at any time, or, if you crave an even greater test of your skills, take part in one of our regular tourneys. And believe me when I tell you, there's no feeling quite like standing triumphant on the battlefield after vanquishing all comers. You really should try it. A minute to learn, a lifetime to master. That's Triple Triad. Ah, but I'm getting carried away. You have a tour to finish. Wonder Square is your next destination. Not but there's any hurry, of course. If you'd like to play a hand or two before you go, you need but say the word. Ah yes, the classic Bonnie Cat. I need to figure out how to unlock the system, so I'm just going to figure that out before we move on. Triple Triad is taking yours here by storm. Care to try your hand at this entrancing new card game? Okay. And so another challenger is born. Welcome to the world of Triple Triad, where you pit your cards against an opponent in a tense battle of skill, strategy, and the odd dose of luck. Yes, odd dose of luck in a card game. Here at the Mandeville Gold Saucer, I am pleased to present all new players with the cards they need to get started. To play a match, however, first you'll need to build a deck composed of 5 cards from your registered card list. Oh, and I suggest speaking with the nearby Triple Triad trader should you wish to expand your card collection. You are now able to challenge opponents to Triple Triad matches. New cards can be obtained from a number of sources, including Triple Triad Trader, victory spoils from winning matches, and prizes from Triple Triad tournaments. Play against the Triple Triad Masters who learn the basic rules of the game. Before you can begin, however, there are several steps that must be completed. First, you must use the cards in your inventory to register them in your card list. Your card list can be viewed via the Gold Saucer options found on the character in the main menu. Next, access your card decks, also located within the Gold Saucer options, and build a deck by selecting 5 cards from those you have registered. Are there 5 in total? Speak with the Triple Triad Master once your deck is ready, and she will engage you in a tutorial match. Well, I don't need to. I just needed to do this, I'm pretty sure, to unlock like random card drops from dungeons and such. The reason why that's useful, as I said, is that on one hand it means you can, you know, collect this as you go, but if you do the same dungeon or same trial or same anything repeatedly or multiple times for any reason, then being able to get duplicates can be helpful for collecting extra MGP. Beyond this door lie Chocobo Square and Minion Square, homes to the heart-pounding, hair-raising spectacles that are Chocobo Racing and Lord of Dominion. The reason why we're going this way instead of following the tour is because my main actually discovered this area like years later when someone mentioned that this was a piece of content, because of course I didn't pay that very much attention to the tutorial when I was here on my main the first time. But the fascinating thing is that these 2 Aetherytes you will not pass in the tour. The only thing they tell you about this area is that initial one where he points to the side and is like, oh yeah, Chocobo Square and Minion Square is that way. And either you go out of your way to figure that one out yourself, or you're not going to see it. And it's very easy to miss, because it's the one part of the Gold Saucer that isn't on the same map. Don't worry, we're not going to be gambling or anything here. I just want the Ether Shards and the Aetherytes, and then I wanted to unlock Triple Triad. We don't need anything else. And the only reason why we're completing the tour is just to make sure that we don't have that lingering. Given that the main thing that happens in this room is gates, I'm going to guess that we're not going to be visiting this room in the tour. You look lost, honey. Why don't I show you around? It'll be nice to talk to a woman for a change. Feast. What does she say if you're a man? Feast your eyes on Wonder Square, from gripping games and awe-inspiring attractions to the finest in fine dining and the freshest of refreshments. There's no end to the wonders housed within these halls. And let's not forget the most wondrous of them all, El Colosso, as we lovingly call our mammoth cactuar mascot, is the star of some of our most popular events. Suffice it to say, you won't want to miss them. Now, I know what you're thinking. With everything going on at the Gold Saucer, how can I ever hope to keep up? But you needn't worry. My fellow gatekeepers and I will always be on hand to see that you don't miss a thing. For the continuation of your tour, I've been instructed to direct you into the waiting arms of my colleague Valeda at the Cactpot board. She's one of our most popular girls, and once you meet her, I'm sure you'll understand why. Well, ta-ta for now. Oh, that's upstairs. Is this also upstairs? It appears to be. Whoa. Tally-ho! Little shortcut for those that don't know. It's not very intuitive that that's a shortcut, by the way. Yes, jump in the pool of water. That will send you upstairs quicker than just running up the stairs. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? I think we're just missing those two. Wait, was that downstairs? Ah. I'd rather grab it now than forget it in 2 minutes. That would be so like me, wouldn't it? There we go. You've attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in the Mandible Gold Saucer. I don't think that lets me go anywhere special, does it? Nope. Ah, there you are, my darling. I've been waiting for you. I'm Valeda, and I'd like to personally welcome you to Event Square. The most spacious of all the areas of the Gold Saucer, Event Square is a veritable cornucopia of pleasure and delight. Doubtless the sizable stage in the middle of the square has caught your eye. That is the scene of some of our most sensational attractions, so don't be shy about taking center stage. And after the curtain has fallen, why not try changing your life forever? At the Jumbo Cactpot, all you need is a handful of MGP and a head full of dreams. Just choose 4 numbers and cast your hopes to the heavens. You never know just when the mayor will smile down upon you. Now, as much as I've enjoyed getting to know you, I'm afraid it's time for us to part. The next and final leg of your tour takes you to Drowned Square. Don't think too hard about the name, my darling. Even I'm not sure it's supposed to make sense. Is that the only... like... what? So we actually did get over there, after all. Oh well. Are you the first-time visitor I was told to expect? 1,000 welcomes to the Gold Saucer, and 1,000 welcomes to Round Square. How can a square be round, you ask? I'm not sure I understand the question. Moving on to more important matters, is that lofty peak not a sight to behold? That is Mount Coral, the main attraction here at Drowned Square. One of our most thrilling events pits our customers against each other in a challenge to see who can most swiftly scale its heights. I tell you, the view from the summit is a sight to behold. And that concludes your tour of the Gold Saucer. While I'm sure you're eager to start enjoying yourself, pray do not forget to return to the main counter and claim your complimentary gift.
Finally! Wouldn't it be funny if Nanamo goes the exact same tour? Welcome back, honored guest. I trust that you've come away from the tour with a greater appreciation for all the Gold Saucer has to offer. As a token of our appreciation for your patronage, it is my great pleasure to offer you a complimentary gift from the personal vault of our esteemed proprietor. Well, knock me down with a chocobo's tail feather. Is that a new customer I see? Ha ha! I could hardly have picked a better time to drop in for an impromptu inspection. Master Roland, yes, this lady here has but this moment completed her introductory tour. Is that so? Well then, allow me to personally welcome you to the Gold Saucer. I am Roland, good man, the fellow entrusted with overseeing the daily affairs of this fine establishment on behalf of our esteemed proprietor, a great man if there ever was one. You are an adventurer, yes? Aye, your dress and bearing told me as much. I'm wearing a raincoat. I dare say, then, that on your travels you have seen firsthand the difficulties which yet plague our nation. Witnessed the struggles of Alamigo's displaced masses, and those whose homes were consumed in the fires of the calamity. The Sultanate is not unsympathetic to their plight, of course, yet how can one begin to provide succor to such countless multitudes? Every solution to the problem has only served to raise more questions. One man had an answer. Godbert Mandeville had a dream of a house of untold wonders that would provide stable employment and lodgings to the displaced, mirth and merriment to the disconsolate, and prosperity and plenty to the Sultanate at large. To many of our patrons, the Gold Saucer is merely Eorzea's foremost entertainment venue, a place to forget about their cares for the day. To me, it is one of the founding stones upon which our realm will be rebuilt, a miracle wrought by the hand of the greatest man I have ever known. Something tells me you understand that which I have told you, that you, perchance, share a similar dream. But I shall keep you no longer. The Gold Saucer and all its wonders await you, friend. Pray enjoy them to your heart's content. Till we meet again, may the spinner's pull be ever kind. Now then, Nanamo.
I had heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations.
Well, if you say so.
I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Mandeville. Shall we sit while we await his coming?
My apologies, Your Grace. I've kept you waiting.
No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice.
When the Sultana herself comes calling, there's no more important engagement.
As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many of the Alamigos... you are aware, I'm sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might best be distributed?
The unusual circumstances of our meeting, and your Grace's choice of companion, would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is, stop. Taxing Uldar's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea.
You oppose my proposition?
Most emphatically, I agree with your Grace. The refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Uldar in this arrangement?
Profit? After all you have done for Giovanni's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune.
Forgive me, your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Uldar's own poor and downtrodden. Should they here view spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo? It is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster any resentments, but to spread goodwill.
Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Uldar.
Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamigans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects.
You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your candor.
Hey Sydney, how are you doing? I love the way that Sydney says, I love the way that this dude drops a real bomb on Sultana. Godbird is a hero. He's just awesome. It's incredible such a ridiculous character is just also simultaneously so incredibly awesome.
Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Caetsu, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Aldenar Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kogane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetherite in Uldar. A fair journey to you, Caetsu, and a swift one, if you please.
Sydney asks, is he actually Hildebrand or somehow related to him? I'm still working through that side quest chain. Godbert Mandeville is Hildebrand Mandeville's father. Which is absolutely why they're absolutely insane. But that is a good eye, Sydney. And if you're still working on that side quest, just remember that for the most part, for the most part, I should say, the Hildebrand storyline is entirely optional. I say for the most part because in Endwalker, you need to have completed the entire Hildebrand storyline, the whole thing, to make relic weapons. Now, the reason why that makes it optional is because technically, right now, the relic weapons are item level 615. So 615. But you can buy a crafted weapon by, I believe it's 7. I can't remember what they're like the prefix, but they're called Rain. The accompanying Rain item. And then you can trade in the weapon, the 610 weapon, and the Rain for a 620 crafted weapon, which probably will be just like a fraction stronger as long as you're not downscaled in any capacity. Which means that you're not missing out on that much right now by not having the relic weapons for Endwalker. Which is to say, if you're enjoying the Hildebrand storyline, if you're enjoying it, if you're enjoying the Hildebrand storyline, then you don't have to rush it. You don't have to rush it. On the other hand, if you don't like it, and I'm saying that because I know a lot of players, like, the Hildebrand storyline is a very hit or miss. Either you like it or you don't. And there's typically no middle ground. And if you don't like it, you can of course just skip through the entire thing, but if you don't watch any of it, you don't give it a fair shot to become something that you do enjoy. But the story, the Hildebrand story itself is like less Final Fantasy and more Sunday morning cartoon. So I do understand why you say that the story sucks you out of the main world. I get that. But just remember that there's no rush to do it, it's entirely optional. This quest where we got sent to the Gold Saucer, it actually starts with Nanamo asking if you're acquainted with Godbird Mandeville. And I'm guessing that your character would nod and say yes if you had seen him, like in the Mandeville storyline. But given that we haven't even started it, obviously Smol Kai here has no idea who it is. Caetsu, to what do I owe the pleasure, or are you here in business? I beg your pardon? Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Uldar? My dear Caetsu, I have you to thank for this recognition, I'm sure, and I'm flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there's no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning excursions are set to fill his garderobe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say, at the Scion's former headquarters in Danalan. The Waking Sands would seem a suitable, neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, Caetsu, and may your dealings prove fruitful. I don't know, I feel like the whole point was that she didn't want to talk with Lolorito about advice on this matter. There you are.
Welcome back, Caetsu. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lolorito? And you agreed to this? I'm well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monathrests at arm's length, and him in particular. Yeah, I know, right? Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Uldar effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming.
Oh, and here we are, apparently.
So this is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work then, the hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
Funny callback, however, true, because the one thing he didn't do was assassinate anyone. He specifically avoided that. It's pretty interesting that in Ul'dah society you make trades like this with a mask, like a visor in front of your head, so that you're so that you can't see if like the opposing party is concerned or excited for what you're suggesting. It like removes a lot of the emotion. It's like putting on a pair of sunglasses while playing poker or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Sydney said it just as I did. Poker play. I think it's very cool that they made this like consideration in a society that is extremely controlled by monetarists. It makes sense that they would have this kind of system in play.
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask.
Or maybe it's not a system.
There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I am glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
I would have assumed that it was like a system that they had, but maybe it's just Lolorito that is particularly ingenious about it.
By all means. I must say I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Ul'dah and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Ul'dah. I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution. albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Which one is which again? I would think like Lagana is near the salt flats. Let's say that one then.
Yes, Quarry Town certainly does carry the potential for profit. At least it would do were it situated anywhere near a lucrative market. It would cost more to transport the materials than they are worth, in my humble opinion.
That's fair. That's a good counterpoint, Lodorito. That makes me actually more interested in getting the other wrong answer so that we get his advice on that. Let's say Alakiri then.
Yes, if a stable trade route can be established between Uldar and Alamigo, then Alagiri would once more become an important waypoint. But while such growth would greatly benefit its current residents, I'm afraid it could sustain little beyond that.
So what do we want to say, the Sultry, or clearly you want me to say the Sultry? Oh, but thou must say the Sultry. That's alright, Sydney.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Sultry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
Sydney added, Ida also used that mask, and she's a pugilist based in Uldar, so it makes sense that style is Uldaran, and thus a poker face flair due to the mercantile focus of Uldar. I agree, and there's also the part that those visor masks always come with like a turban-like hat on top of it, which also, again, fits this desert aesthetic. So I agree that it's probably that. I suppose I just got thrown off by the fact that Lolorito was so surprised by being faced with another visor like that. But I suppose in more private negotiations, it is almost rude to do it. Maybe that's what they were trying to convey. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's very interesting, I think.
I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Caetsu. I could not have done it without you.
I think. Wait, why is one of them lower item level? What?
Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Caetsu, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together, we've laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the people of Alamigo and Uldar both.
And back to what we were doing before. Commander Hext. What a name. It sounds so aggressive compared to Lise, doesn't it?
Caetsu, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So, Rauban says he's going to return to Uldar, but she isn't sure he wants to. Tell us something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he's the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Uldar's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal after all, and allowing Uldar to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kogane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. Whiskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything.
Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Caetsu? I might need you to fill in the details.
Then I shall come as well. Should what wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful.
Would be faster to teleport over to the other side. No, what's the mage? And there's the what. What manner of mischief brings you young'uns to old what this time, eh? They want to rebuild the Saltery, Grandad. Caetsu, tell them about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to call the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Grandad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whisker. My lad, truly I would. So, does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've seen some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Caetsu? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock.
While you're busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Saltree to its former glory. Good hunting.
What are these people doing? What are you doing? Put down the crate if you're going to stand there for ages like that. It's bad on your back. Right then, Caetsu. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got the measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. Set your surroundings for yabbies. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target a yabby and inspect it with left click. Is that a yabby? It's a really... What? There we are. The yabby's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Ah, looks like you found a yabby. They say hitting their shells is like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Just hit it as hard as you can. Aim for the soft underside of the head. I like how there's an obviously wrong answer. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then. Wish me luck. Oh. What a strange quest. Thanks, Caetsu. I did just as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. Potatoes. That is such a funny thing that they decided that is different in the Final Fantasy universe. No, those are not potatoes. Those are potatoes, you see. I think I can handle the yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Search your surroundings for hobats. You may move the blah blah blah, yes. Of hobat, and is it, yes, it's perfectly in the center. Is it the hands? The mouth? It's the eye. The Fobat's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. It sends power pulsating from behind its brow. Ugh, a Fobat. How do I defeat one of those? Just hit it really, really hard. As hard as you can. Destroy the core within its brow. I think the second answer is way funnier, but I'm sure it'll just say, nah, that's not it. And I also don't want to see Whisker getting beat up. Inside its head, is it? I'll try to stab it right between the eyes then. It's not easy, fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move. But I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Caetsu. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road? We should head back to the Sultry before Grandad starts to worry I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yavi's hatchlings. I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself, after a bit of instruction from Caetsu here, like. Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. A fine young man you become, Whisker. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late, I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the Sultry ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. Ooh, a new weapon. Nice. It seems Whisker has the Sultry security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt, and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Cut the music. Message from General Alden. Apologies for the interruption, miss, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Everyone wants to speak with me. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I'll remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt, and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Uldar. You should go. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in the Alamigan quarter. My apologies again, miss. Fare you well. Sure, a lot of people that want my attention.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops, but after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, The fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Execution is not the answer.
You would spare these animals. Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me. I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Skin says, do you think they will ever add the new world into Final Fantasy XIV? And if they do, will Blue Mage be a real job then? When you say the new world, what do you mean exactly? I'm not sure what you mean by the new world, and I believe that that Blue Mage will stay a limited job forever. It would be really awkward with all the exclusive Blue Mage specific content they've made if they suddenly change that. So I don't think that'll change. Also, this little stair down here. New world is west of Eorzea. I imagine they will eventually add it, but I don't think that'll change how Blue Mage is, because they've decided Blue Mage is as it is now in the world, and the only way to make it work is as a limited job. They might possibly make it so that it has like a quote-unquote non-limited version, but I would find that unlikely. Also, welcome to the stream, Meowie. Glad to see you. I hope you're doing well. And don't worry, the stream is continuing for a few more hours. That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now, that's settled. Iron Vault, what news?
We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vira. These are Kalyana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lise is trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all of the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kalyana would refuse it out of hand.
We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Caetsu, you've dealt with these Kalyana before. I'd have you at my side.
Yeah, that's what I think, is that it would be surprising if they made Blue Mage as a regular job. That would be extremely surprising. Not impossible, but surprising. What role would it be? And I will say that a long time ago, before Blue Mage became a thing, I had the hope that if they were to ever add a mage tank, like a tank that happens to cast spells, then Blue Mage would be a perfect fit, because the whole idea of Blue Mage is that you observe the enemy using their magic against you, and then you return it. Which means that it would be the perfect example of a mage whose entire idea, the entire concept behind it was that it tanks damage. So it would make extremely good sense for me if Blue Mage was a tank. That was the way I saw it. And now the particular thing here is that if you're making a mage tank, then it is crucially important that the tank still casts spells. It doesn't work if, your tank uses a stick, but they don't really cast anything, they just shoot out magic, right? So it would feel a little bit more like Paladin than anything else. So, I don't know how they would do it well. I think the reason why they haven't made a mage tank is both because they don't have a good enough idea, and also because, and this is something I've talked about before, just finish this thought and then we'll continue with the story. If, hypothetically, you had a mage tank, and now the mage tank would of course, be shooting spells, which means that the majority of your rotation would have range, but at the same time you would be very immobile, you would not be able to move very much like a black mage. This would pose two problems. Any boss fight where the tank has to move a lot, they have to either take into consideration that the Blue Mage tank has to be able to move enough that it isn't a problem, otherwise Blue Mages will not be able to tank that boss. On the other side of the fence, any boss fight with a significant amount of telegraphs that can force the tank out of melee range has to take into consideration that that would make the Blue Mage tank extremely powerful, because they don't care. They can just, move to range and then just spam out their attacks like nothing's happened. That's why the four tanks have very close to similar toolkits in what they can and cannot do, because if one particular tank has a particularly helpful niche, if that niche becomes required or particularly helpful in a specific fight or even raid tier, then it can invalidate the other tanks. I've talked about this in some previous videos about choosing what job to play Savage in. I believe one of them is your job is good enough. Because if your job wasn't good enough, then there would be balance issues.
And fixing a job by giving it a niche is only good insofar that the niche isn't too helpful, because if it is too helpful, then it would invalidate the other tanks. To take an example, Paladin right now, uniquely amongst the tanks, as the only tank, very, very, very regularly can cast ranged attacks as part of its attack rotation at no loss. In fact, typically at a DPS gain, which means that if a boss has regular intervals where you have to move out of range very briefly, then the Paladin is the best tank at dealing with that. Not to take a raid example, but the second boss is in the newest dungeon. I'm not going to get into specifics, but the second boss in the newest dungeon regularly has an attack that forces you out for about 2 seconds, just enough that the fact that the Paladin can step out, use Holy Spirit, and step in again lets them not miss a single global in that entire fight, if you plan it well, while the other tanks may be significantly more hard-pressed to do that. But I would still love to see a ranged tank of some sort, whether it's magic or a gun, I don't care. I would also love to see a pet tank, but I have already given up that dream given how janky pets are in Final Fantasy XIV. That is fine. But a mage tank is still possible. And I think Blue Mage would be best fit as a tank of the 3 roles it could fill.
Caetsu, Rauban, gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Gerbania home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors.
I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye. Let them keep their swords.
Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber.
Why do I have the feeling we welcomed a viper into our midst? Interesting choice of words, Rauban. The only thing missing was like a at the end. How does that look? That's pretty nice. Can't glamour up here though. Oh, just a moment, let me check. That's messed up again. I wonder why this isn't working, because on my main it's working perfectly fine. Anyway. Skin says, you almost talked me into playing Paladin more there, but I'll stick with Warrior. That's fine. I just very much like Paladin's flexibility these days. But Warrior is also really fun. This Kalyana Elder's intention seems at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you, Caetsu? Enthralled cannot be trusted. Aye, it is said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there is no salvation, and I strongly doubt the Kalyana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the scions?
I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamigan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Caetsu.
My thanks. I will see you in the palace.
Yeah, I agree, Skid. It is a little janky, but I'm sure it's mostly a matter of knowing what to click. The thing is that my main somehow had some automatic functionality grandfathered into it, so it just works. But I don't know why or how to get that to work on any other character.
Caetsu, I've brought me reinforcements. Arnwell told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alice's report suggested that they shunned contact with other races. Despised it, in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lise was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? The meeting is to be held in the throne room. It would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Caetsu, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. I sort of remember this quest. Sort of. Despite it being so long ago, I sort of remember it. I wonder why. You're with the sires, miss. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside. If you'll follow me.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game, and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenford. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kalyana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abania devote themselves to our faith. You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
Thank you! I was just thinking that.
Damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
No, you don't!
The Kalyana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvald to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Oh dear. How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it. If I think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this. Isn't that right, Caetsu? Use the duty action Deflect to dissipate the ether spheres Lakshmi releases during the battle. That's a pretty good tip. We want that allowing an ally to be enthralled by the ether sphere will result in failure. Maybe that's why I remember this fight. Maybe I've had problems with it. How does this work? Bruh. Huh? Am I supposed to do something about that? Oh, that was bad. Didn't intend to do it like that. Ah, they're taking it's an AoE. I thought it was targeted. That does help a lot. Are you serious? I'm a little sad that I didn't make a keybind. No, 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 no. Well, that leaves me a great opportunity to make a keybind for that. And was so close. Rude? I can do it on normal, thanks. Okay, now you can spam me with silly orbs, because my opener's finished. Ah, that's why it messed me up earlier. It has a weirdly long animation lock for some reason. Why do you have so little health, Arenwald? What happened? This is a little absurd. That didn't help. The NPC literally took a step closer to the orb.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Excellent. Does this mean I can ignore the spheres now? No, it does not. Ugh. Vodola running over me with the spread marker was a little scary. Oh, nice. He finally got Limit Break 3. Why didn't we do that a little earlier, guys? Couldn't be an Arenwald had done that. Hey Pokejack, how are you doing? Good to hear. Yeah, I'm doing well. We wiped once because I was a little slow on the orbs the first time, but that did give me the opportunity to fix my keybinds for duty actions. Every time we've had duty actions, I've been like, oh yeah, I forgot that. And then just haven't fixed it after the fact. So that's a... I think when I first did this, I also failed one time because, as I mentioned earlier, I explicitly remembered this fight. And it may be related to the fact that I found it difficult. Active time maneuver too. That was very easy.
Your soul's way heavy?
Not really. Oh boy. Yeah. So where are we stacking for Dola? Nowhere. Excellent. I guess. It's good as Vodola as the real tank, just stats and mechanics. She really did. She stood in a line AoE and simultaneously also didn't really bother to try to stack with anyone. Like, she did absolutely nothing.
Here it comes.
just noticed that I'm doing very little damage. A 106,000. Nice, Lise. Very nice.
We did it! We beat her!
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Seven hells. It's her, the butcher.
And another headache, as Krasani said. Mic drop.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Well, she will continue to live her living hell of constantly being reminded of her cruelty for a long time yet.
Well fought, Caetsu. Ironbald, that was a near thing.
Aye, our stand against the Kalyana would have been brief, indeed, had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd been enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance.
Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... It's my fault. My stupid mistake.
Nay, lass, we were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson, and watch our own more carefully in future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kalyana keeping their weapon springs to mind.
A primal servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any other acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Yustola. We'd appreciate the help.
Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fadola turned up. What was she even doing there?
I asked her to come.
I will explain to you, Orenwald, who weren't given the recap in a flashback.
Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfried was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fadola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fadola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other, and I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face, if that's what it takes.
It is a long and arduous path you've chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination.
Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started.
I will see that you're not interrupted. Caetsu, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave. Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Oh, that was such a nice cutscene. And very beautiful. And very sweet. I will be right back, and then we continue the story. Alright, I'm back.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope you are still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest.
That was a good big smile.
But I must yield the floor to Raubarn. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
As of so, let me just clarify this. Alphino directed Nanamo to the roof. They talked in the middle of the night. And now it's yesternight, which means either this is morning and it's immediately after, or they went to bed and then came back to this.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubarn.
Well, that was unexpected, though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
I think it's about time I headed back to Ralga's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alizé will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you, if you have no objections.
Oh yeah, she's still in bed.
I'd welcome the company. Caetsu, why don't you come along to the Reach as well once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others?
Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the Royal Menagerie attendant. Excellent, I guess. Let's say goodbye to these guys. Hey, Raban. It seems my road has come full circle. I appreciate the support you showed me for my earlier decision. Overruled though it was. Nope.
I have asked enough of you, Caetsu. My only words for you now are those of gratitude.
Pippin?
I must say, I must assume Father's responsibilities without delay, lest our rivals, both inside and outside Uldar, treat his dismissal as a window of opportunity. Rest assured, they will find Tizona's edge just as sharp in my hands.
Oh, another Lalafell. Cute. She pushed me down from the table again.
Well, here we are again. Elfino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Y'shtola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our echo-blessed champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a close eye on the Kalyana. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kind still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort to add reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vira and M tribes first. Our plans of resistance scouts keep track of the Kalyana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the resistance newest recruit, our military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the resistance is really a collection of smaller, independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ralga's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray, but that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Rauban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice, assuming he accepts the post. Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the process of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms.
Wow, a dress of Rauban. I do give thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But there their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets when we retire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants.
These dango are delicious. Will you have one?
More sweetbreads? I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Bah, 'tis like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come to you. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Zeno's put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head, regardless. Nay, Lord Zenos lives. Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official, and, above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims.
I find it very fascinating that they can both in the same scenario, like in the same conversation, they can call the Eorzean savages and immediately after go, oh yeah, their misinformation campaign. Because savages would do that. Right?
Caetsu, great timing. I was just about to send word to the Scions. I've got lots to tell you. The Council has officially recognized the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed commander. Suffice it to say, we're in good hand. Having the Bull of Alamigo at the helm's done wonders for morale. People were dancing in the streets when the announcement was made, and we have you and the Sultana to thank for it. If you two hadn't worked your magic, he'd never have contemplated following his heart. The Council has also decreed that we're to maintain a presence at Ralga's Reach. Lise will continue to lead our forces in the fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly. A bit too tirelessly, some might say. We're constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. That's an exaggeration, and I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now, not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we've been keeping a close eye on the Kalyana, and it looks like they've chosen a new leader. It's, Shanti's daughter. You know, the half-dead one. For whatever reason, the Kalyana thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As things stand, there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Just like I've been reaching out to Feldola, she still won't meet my gaze, but she's given up trying to ignore me. It may only be the odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. Caetsu, there you are. Alphino, Alizé, is everything alright? We've received word from Tataru. Hancock has apparently acquired information of great interest and urgency. More than that, she didn't. More than that, she didn't say. Only that we should come to Tsukugane right away. I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Alizé is determined to make it a party of 3. As I've told you more than a dozen times, brother, my wounds are quite healed, and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, you may well need an extra pair of hands. Worry not, sister. I have quite given up trying to convince you. Whether we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as possible. You will be joining us, I trust. Huh, I was about to say I'd come too, but I'll just have to settle for cheering you on from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Thank you, Lise. Rest assured, should this business prove to be of even tangential concern to Alamigo, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off then. Hancock and Tataru await us at the Ruby Bazaar offices. Skin says, "Those savages and their misinformation." Yeah, exactly. It's like, are you listening to yourself right now, Mr. Galleon? I suppose. Galleon official.
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugiri and Soroban are also involved?
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Of course, of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor. Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu. I beg your pardon?
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
I would not presume to question your eyewitness accounts, nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
Have you informed Lord Hien? Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them. I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest?
Aye, we'll find Caetsu together.
Thank you. If Caetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Caetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear. Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not, but I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garlean's movements and more besides.
What a guy. The informant awaits your pleasure in the back streets of Sanyo Hanamachi. From its shining facade to its dark underbelly, few know Kugane as intimately as he. One of the finest informants money can buy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? It's the fish, isn't it? Permit me to assist you in your quest, my friends. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. Should your search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see that she is ready to set sail.
I'll give Soroban a hand. If he's providing us a ship, the least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us.
A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado then, let us seek out this informant in Sanyo Hanamachi. It is a bit unfortunate that Hancock gets such a bad rap, specifically because he's technically employed by Lolorito, but all things considered, Hancock has only done right by the Scions all this time. At least it seems like that, doesn't it?
This should be the place. Now we wait and see who comes.
It has been a while, my friends. Yes, yes, a long while indeed.
It's the fish. I knew it. Kyoto, any funny business and you know what will happen, I trust?
No funny business, only loyal service and the finest quality information. Of course, such quality does not come cheap.
No, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must think we were born yesterday. I've half a mind to call lease.
No lease, I beg you. No boots. I will tell you everything I know, free of charge. The Empire searches for Yotsu, high and low, far and wide. Come to enlist my help they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information.
And have you decisive information? Were the two individuals cited here indeed Caetsu and Yotsu?
Alas, see them with my own eyes I did not, but the Imperials are confident. Yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of their contingent. But here's something they do not know, a rumor which you will find most interesting, I think. They say an elderly Rigadin samurai appeared on Kogane Dori with a beauteous maiden and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. 'Twas no common katana either, but one of surpassing craftsmanship.
Well, that is interesting, assuming it's true. Did you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question?
No, regrettably, I do not have a working relationship with the master of Shofuku Shichiten. Now, why would that be, I wonder? If I didn't know better, I'd think he'd lend you money. He will help you, I am certain. While you speak with him, I will make contact with my Garlean connections and learn what I can of their progress. A glimpse of the blade is all I need to be sure, but is it wise to let the Namatsu out of our sight? No, he'll betray us. No more betrayals, no more boots. To divide our forces is simply more efficient. He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up, and so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves efficiency like a little supervision. Yes. We will go together, and there will be no boats. Let's be about it then. Good luck with the katana. Shall we reconvene at the pier later on? Fragrant as the Ruby Bazaar offices are, I prefer the fresh air. I believe Alice has her task well in hand. Shall we seek out the pawnbroker? Hey Sid, how are you doing? I would 100% eat Gyodo. Just sad it never became an option. It's like, oh, we learned the emote greeting. It's like Paimon in Genshin Impact, isn't it? She's, reserve rations, or what was it? Everything in order? Then let us proceed to Koganadori and find the master of Shufuku Shichiten. Oh no. If I remember correctly, Alphino is about to do to make a huge mistake. Isn't it here? Welcome, good man, welcome. Will you be buying or... Ah, so you have heard tell of the Regadan Samurai's katana. Small wonder. It is a fine example of its kind. One moment. There, I hope you have found our pawnbroker. Excellent work, Caetsu. And that is the katana? There can be no doubt. It is Kosetsu's blade. Craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you will be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. I should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and it is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. The blade represents conclusive proof of Kosetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing his safe return. Yet, it is not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild. I'll pay. I could lend you the coin. Yeah, Smol Kai here is not rich. Nay, my friend, grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Kosetsu is alive and well. Yukiri, wait. The scions will buy the katana. Pray consider it a gift. Master Alphino, your kindness is touching, truly, yet in matter of coin, would Mistress Satoru not expect to be consulted? Come now, our friend would never have relinquished his blade were the need not great, and are we not bound by honor to help a friend in need? I say we are, and I'm sure Satoru will wholeheartedly agree. It's settled then. You have made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you'd be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers.
If I may ask, sir, after I visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? I see. Well then, I suppose there can be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sum than his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended those served at the Umineko tea house, and thither they set off. Clamoring for dango? Can these truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Some manner of code, perhaps, but it avails us not to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up their trail.
Skin says, I would not call it a mistake. I mean, if I remember correctly, this is something that is addressed a bit later, but if I recall correctly, the mistake Alphino did was that he didn't even attempt to negotiate the price. And Sip says, Smol Kai is richer than me at the moment. Well, Smol Kai does not own a small house, Sip. I don't believe Smol Kai even owns an apartment. Skin says, you can't put a price on being such a great guy. True.
But of course I remember. How could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you'll ever see, scarfing down dango as if her life depended on it, while the old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'll wager. Far be it from me to gossip about my customers, but he was planning to spirit her away across the Ruby Sea, out of the reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shiukaze hostelry, presumably to find someone discreet with a boat. So Kosetsu makes for Doma. But this woman who travels with him, the more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yotsuyu.
Oops.
For all our success in tracing Kosetsu's movement, how he came to be traveling with Yotsuyu remains a mystery, to say nothing of this dango business.
Just a moment.
While doubts remain over the identity of Kosetsu's traveling companion, now we can but follow the trail. Come, let us away to the pier and make ready to sail. With luck, Alisaie will already have joined Master Soroban and Mistress Totaro there.
There's also the argument that, if I remember correctly, the reason for the whole Four Lords side quest is because you seek out money, like because you're so low on funds. So you could say, Skin, that by extension it wasn't so much a mistake. Alphino spending so much money for the science. Oh, there it is. There's the problem. Let's hear.
While we were arranging the provisions, Soroban told me all about his many business ventures. Honestly, his nose for profit puts mine to shame. Apparently, Gyoro did his duty and then promptly excused himself. Couldn't bear another moment under Alisaie's withering gaze, I expect. I watched Gyoro meet with his Imperial associate, and I have to say I'm impressed. He has a psychophancy down to a fine art. The others all did their part. I'm truly blessed to have such dependable comrades.
Excellent timing, my friends. Mistress Alisaie arrived mere moments ago.
All went well at my end. Gyoro met with an Imperial officer and wheedled his way to some new information. It seems the troops who recently arrived in Kugane came directly from Garlemald. The Imperials based here have been kept in the dark. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they'd picked up Kosetsu's trail. The new information matches ours. We are quite certain that Kosetsu seeks to cross to the mainland. Sorry? did I hear that right? You used sign funds to buy Caetsu's katana at the asking price? Aye, well, we were in some haste, and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here's the contract of sale. Pray see that the man is paid. Thul's beard. You agreed to this? Give me strength. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You'd best be on your way. But Alphino, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the offices as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh, very well. I shall call upon you as soon as I return. He has totally not realized how much he messed up. First, let us go to the ruby price. If Caetsu has already set sail, then the sentries there are sure to have seen it. Exactly, I remembered it correctly. Tataru wasn't necessarily mad that he bought the sword. She was specifically mad that he didn't even try to get the price reduced at all. Tataru seemed rather vexed, did she not? Even the ever the melodramatist. I'm sure finances can stretch to a single sword. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. But I digress. We have work to do.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries. What's going on out there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless
Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
Have you?
Come.
Now Alphino made a mistake. Okay, fair enough, Skin. You planned that one very well. Nice. He hasn't I'm pretty sure he didn't make a mistake yet, you see. What? Why? Well, he hasn't made the worst one yet.
Wow, that was excellent. A sick diver. Is this the end of this battle? Because that's a little bit of a shame. My cooldown is just about ready, like... This is the downside of Dragoon. It takes like a minute to really get going.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Is he all right?
Kasetsu!
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan, eliminate hostiles! All forces, attack!
I feel like that was sort of the plan already, given how they just aggressively attacked everything. Do still have my gaze of the dragon. Oh, excellent! In that case, this is going to be a very nice opener. Exactly, Skin. What was their plan A? I believe that he said that it was rescue Yotsuyu and get out of there, but what actually happened was more like destroy everything and then find Yotsuyu in the crossfire somehow. Oh, uh-oh. Just now realized that this is a bomb. Oh dear. This is a failure. Or not? Okay, I thought we were going to fail because of that. Is there more? There is more. We know not what we face? I'm pretty sure we fought one of these previously. Isn't there one of these in the Doma Castle dungeon? I'm pretty sure. Hmm. Oh. How did he know that there was going to be an attack like that? Is there more? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm trying my best, Alphino, but it seems like Tansui here isn't very good at boss mechanics. For a Starstorm limit break with a 30-second cast time, I expected more damage.
Gosetsu, thank the heavens.
Yugiri, my friends. The Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye.
and I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
Well then. As Tansui says, we should move on. It would not do for Yotsuyu to be seen here. Now, if I know my sister, she will already be waiting with the boat at the nearby pier. Let's go and see if I'm right. Now, I remember originally when I did this this quest line, this entire story with Tsuyu, I remember that I didn't really like it very much. As I recall, I didn't like read all of the quest text back then as closely, so I might have missed a lot of information, but I specifically remember that I didn't like her. For, you know, similar reasons to why Yugiri is looking like that. I also thought it was a trick. Kasetsu, thank the gods you're safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. And it was all I could do to restrain her. Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as Caetsu is, anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me, we need to talk about her. Greetings? They tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine, but I want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off you. Not for a moment. Thanks? These people are strange. Are you sure they're your friends?
I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have naught to fear.
Alright, if you say so. Right, 'tis past time we set sail. I, for one, would not keep Lord Hien waiting without due cause.
Aye, and the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble, lest you forget the great Kojin bear no love for Yotsuyu either. I shall deliver you to familiar shores, near Izari, but out of the village's sight.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Skin says, I thought it was a neat part of the story. It's probably fine, it's just that I specifically remember that I really didn't find this particularly interesting because I did not want Yotsuyu back in the story. Like, if I remember correctly, my thought process was, yes, Kasetsu's back, but Yotsuyu's also here. I'm not sure whether I want this trade.
Here's where we part ways, my friends. I pray the remainder of your journey passes uneventfully. Caetsu, when you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture.
It promises to be extremely lucrative, and I do not say so lightly. After the prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Sand's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tataru's face. Oops. Oh, come along. Tataru was overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Did you check the price, Alphino? Far more than you think, plainly. A blade like Caetsu's is worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. This business venture of Soroban's, you will give it a fair hearing, I trust. He has been good to us, after all. As for me, I think I should look into drawing upon my personal funds. Oops. I want to hear what these have to say, what everyone has to say. Are we going to that village? They might have dango. Another time, Tsuyu. Our path takes us in a different direction. He's absolutely mortified, isn't he? Well, maybe he'll think twice before making his next grand gesture. If he ever missed an opportunity to show me how much more mature and responsible he is, I'd sympathize. I mean, I do, to a point, but that doesn't mean I'm about to let him forget this. I confess, I have never had much cause to consider the state of my personal finances. Until now. Confound it. We must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting that he receive us at the House of the Fierce, where there are fewer prying eyes. If all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray follow us swiftly as you are able, and join me on the outskirts of Namai. I just want to add that me saying that I originally didn't like this part of the story doesn't necessarily mean anything for this replay of the story. It was more like just a mention that I recall not liking it, but there has been other other parts of the story that I also originally didn't enjoy as much, but turned out to really like, so I'm pretty sure that it isn't that bad. It's just, what's the point of replaying the entire story at all if I'm not even going to add anything I remember about it? Like, might as well, add that. All is well? Good. The others are hiding nearby. Let us proceed quietly, if you please.
My lord here, I am returned.
Save your tears for the morrow. For we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope. One which I have clung to ever since. Setsu, full glad am I to see you alive and well.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel. Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend. Now then, though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complications. Rise, my friend. Tell me everything. The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
As acting Viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Nay, it will end with her capture, or her death.
Are you a friend, too?
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
Lost her memory, you say? Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free. We will hold her here for a time. Place her in Jufia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
Yes, my lord. Come.
No, I don't want to. Don't let her take me away!
It's all right, Soyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl, and listen to Yugiri.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. If this is an act, it is a remarkable performance.
I'm the only one that has a chair. I wonder if it's because I'm so small. Thank you for delivering Caetsu back to us in one piece. We are lucky indeed to have friends who would journey to the other side of the world to help us, and repeatedly at that. We have much and more to think upon, but as regards the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Now then, seeing as you've come all this way, you must allow me to show you around the Enclave. I would not have you thinking we've been idle in your absence. The rebuilding effort proceeds apace, I'm pleased to say, and we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen who were displaced by the war. Should they so desire it, there is a place here for those who fled to Eorzea. We should be delighted to accept your invitation, Lord Ian, and I have no doubt that your subjects at Revenant's Toll will be heartened to hear that their lord has not forgotten them. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that Caetsu and Yugiri would be back by now. Well, they are. Forgive me, my lord, but Captain Jifuya is nowhere to be found. Oh, he was here when I arrived. For now, we have taken Yotsuyu to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord. But I find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post with nary a word. That does seem most unusual. If you mean to look for the man, we would be happy to assist you. We should be glad of the help. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything. I will join you. With respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you will be better able to coordinate our response. Ooh, ha! And here I was thinking I was in charge, but you have the right of it. Go on then, I will mind the house.
You seek the captain? He passed by a little while ago. I wondered if I should tell someone, as it happens. He did not look well, you see. I asked if aught was the matter, and he told me the past had caught up with him, but I doubt it was that. There are older men in our ranks.
Bah. Nah. Can't be your age. There are older people here. Captain Jifuya. He was headed for the northern entrance when I saw him last. I was going to invite him to trade with us, but he did not hear me call out to him. If you need him, I dare say the sentry on duty will be able to tell you more. Indeed, I suggested as much to Mistress Alice when she came asking earlier. Is something amiss? Excellent question, mister.
Hi, the captain went outside some few bells ago, and looking quite unwell. I'm sorry to say. This I mentioned to Lord Caetsu, who straightway struck out after him. I hope they will be all right.
Caetsu too. It seems everyone is bent on joining the search. That's all well and good, but someone has to stay behind. There's no telling what the Empire is plotting. You go on, Caetsu. Alphino and I shall hold the fort.
See, now here it would have been convenient if we had flying, and given that we are in the post-game of Stormblood, to some small degree, it's not like story beats in the story has ever taken into consideration whether you have flying or not, but at the very least you could argue that the developers could assume that you probably would have the opportunity to have flying at the very least. For good or bad, because you've had possibly half a year to figure that one out, since we are in 4.2 now, which is 6 months after Stormblood story, initial leveling story.
By the Kami, your Lord Ian, leave me, I beg of you. Say nothing of this. I was never here.
There you are.
Lady Yugiri, Lord Caetsu, forgive me my abrupt disappearance.
You have your reasons, I am sure. Will you not share them?
I was her master when she was yet a courtesan.
By the Kami.
She worked in my establishment. Her father was a regular client of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. She may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her. He sold her short. When I first beheld her, I was struck by her beauty. And yet, behind her eyes there was an emptiness. It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman. It was no profession for her. But I knew she would be popular. And so it proved. Men flocked to drown themselves in that cold, bottomless gaze. The rest you know. She became an Imperial informant and for her loyal service won the office of acting Viceroy.
While you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became. Joining the front was meant to be my atonement. But the truth is, I am a coward, whose only thought was to escape her wrath. Then as now.
I see. Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yugiri?
Nan, it would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Kosetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
He's trying to do right by the kami who never told him what they want.
Forgive me, now is not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others.
I thank you for your help in the search. Kosetsu has told me all that transpired. I would not presume to defend the life Yifuya led before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it is not my place to judge. I will only say this. The Yifuya I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depth of his terror. Even now, Yotsuyu casts a shadow over the realm. But the question of what is to be done with her must wait. The Empire is on the move once more. While you were out searching for Yifuya, we received word from our shinobi allies. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Doman soil. Our visitor's objective remains unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yotsuyu, or a prelude to invasion. Either way, the craft reportedly advances at speed and appears bound for Castrum Fluminis. I mean to go there and ascertain their intent. If we ride out in force, it will only end one way, so we shall keep our numbers to a minimum. Yugiri, Kaitsu, can I count on you?
Yes, my lord.
Alisei and I would fain play our part as well. We will not stand idly by while a common foe threatens the lands of our friends and allies. We would be glad of the help. You are acquainted with Hakuro, I believe? Then I bid you seek him out and assist in maintaining order in the Enclave. When the people see an Imperial airship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them and, should it come to it, aid in their evacuation. Very well, we shall depart at once. Do take care.
What of me, my lord?
The Empire may well be after Yotsuyu. You are to remain here and guard her until my return.
As you wish. Pray stay close to Kaitsu and Yugiri.
Well, well. Guard duty and not a breath of protest. Now I have seen it all. To Castrum Fluminis then. Let us find out what the Empire's game is. Ugh. Such a long trip. I really wish I could fly. Did we miss any ether currents in this zone? We did not. Oh yeah, we're close to level 81. Well, sort of. Not going to happen before we reach like a trial or something, because of the extremely small amount of experience we get per thing we do, but we might be level 81 before we reach Shadowbringers. The area is secure. Whatever our visitors' purpose, they plainly believe they can achieve it alone. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us await them inside the castrum.
A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say? Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Domans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. We will meet them openly. I would welcome this student of Dorman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
Well, that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I but afford an emissary of peace the courtesy he is due. Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sus Brutus, Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
He is heir to the Naiuri clan, and Yotsu's stepbrother.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady.
Hello, Manuel. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well.
It is true. The former acting viceroy is my sister. Yet, bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it. I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, His Radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice. To negotiate peace with Doma.
Well then, we have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my hall?
Gladly, my lord.
We shall escort our guests across the river to the Enclave. Yugiri, pray go on ahead to the Yuzuka Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. I just want to follow up and say again, thank you, Manuel. I always really appreciate getting that kind of feedback. It makes it worth making all those guides. Yeah, we're already halfway through 4.2. I was a little bit uncertain we would be able to finish both 4.1 and 4.2 in this stream when I realized that it took us like 4 hours almost to complete 4.1. But it seems like 4.2 is like weirdly short. I suppose I'm just really used to how in Endwalker, nearly every time there's a major patch, they add a dungeon and maybe a trial. Lord Ian and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first ferry. When you're ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. I got friends on the other side of this river. All are free to travel in and out of the Enclave. Do you seek passage? Oh, look, an Aetherite. And 2 Aether shards. We'll need to pick up those as well. Now, the particularly helpful reason why that is that with those Aether shards, we will be able to use the Dormant Enclave to teleport directly to that extremely barren part of this zone over here. We'll just teleport directly to there, which is very helpful. I missed the Aether shard right at the entrance, apparently. Oh look, another Lalafell. Cute. Oh yeah, with the Dormant Enclave unlocked, we finally have a place to get some extra value out of all of our elegant pieces and such. In retrospect, I should have kept all of those for this particular occasion. I suppose I forgot that day when we were clearing the inventory. The fateful day where we cleaned an inventory that had accumulated over multiple expansions worth of content. You've attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in the Dormant Enclave. The One River is now accessible as an Ethernet destination. Yes, that was what I was talking about. So now I want to continue the story, but before we leave this area, we want to start this precious reclamation quest. There you are, Caetsu. So, first things first, what do you think of the Enclave? I must say, I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We even have an ether right now, courtesy of the Onishishu. Be sure to attune to it, would you? Once it has the Warrior of Light seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. Already did, friend. But on to the matter at hand. The ambassador and his retinue are at my hall, taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. I want you there when the talking starts. It will serve to send a message to the Empire that Eorzea and Doma stand united. I am not normally one for hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, such gestures carry weight. Oh, and should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions, Alphinaud and Alisaie will also be there. You need only eat, drink, and look imposing. You got it, Ian. Imposing, that's my middle name. Say you'll come. I'll be there. Looking imposing. I knew I could count on you. When you're ready, come and join me at my humble abode, the Kien Kan. The guardsman will see you in. But before we do that, let me just talk with Kozakura over here.
Oh, Caetsu, it is a rare honor to receive heroes such as you. Pray allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kozakura, and I manage the accounts of the Shazenkai. Oh, but you must be unfamiliar with our organization. Forgive me. At present, we are largely concerned with facilitating the reconstruction and revitalization of the Enclave. Needless to say, we have our work cut out for us. It's quite fortuitous, actually, you being here. I had mind to petition your assistance. Ah, right you are. It's rather difficult to converse while staring at one's feet, and you would doubtless benefit from an explanation. As you may know, the Enclave was once the economic and cultural center of Doma. Alas, it suffered terrible devastation at the hands of the Empire both during and following the failed rebellion of yesteryear. That it and other ruins might stand as testament to the folly of resistance, extensive reconstruction was forbidden by the Imperial Viceroy. Of course, that is no longer a concern. At long last, we are free to rebuild the Enclave, to restore the heart of our once great nation and show the world that Doma lives on. But, as I said before, we have our work cut out for us. We have limited funds and material resources, not to mention a lack of skilled craftsmen. Which brings me back to the matter I wish to discuss with you, that of our brothers and sisters in Eorzea, the refugees that settled in Revenant's Toll. I am given to understand that they have worked closely with the local leadership to build and maintain much of the settlement. Many new trades before they left, and those that did not doubtless learned that they might earn their keep. If they were to return home and aid us in the reconstruction effort, it would be a tremendous boon. Would you be willing to speak with them on our behalf? Caetsu, taking an interest in the Shazenkai? Well, this seems as good a time as any to discuss the matter. While we have a peace negotiation happening in the hall. And Alphinaud and Alisaie over there, apparently. That's pretty funny. I'm grateful beyond measure to you and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn for welcoming Yugiri and my people in their hour of need. As the beneficiaries of this kindness, they have made every effort to repay you and the people of Revenant's Toll. Nevertheless, we here bear a responsibility as well. Kozakura, if you would be so kind. Yes, my lord. We will send them a considerable gift as a gesture of gratitude and goodwill. However, I would like that missive to be delivered to the Adventurers Guild representative in advance. If you were to personally hand it to the man, I would be honored. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, my friend. Pardon my interruption, Kozakura. I look forward to seeing your progress. That's a lot of bowing. Oh dear, I hope we don't disappoint him. Anyway, I'll not keep you wait. I'll not keep you. Thank you again for the assistance and safe travels.
Well, we'll not be doing that right now, but it's pretty helpful to have the quest started, so we don't forget it later. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in?
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend. Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons. Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korgin's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Dorma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise. With regard to the Korjin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Indeed, many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history. My comrades and I would change all that. We, Populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in imperial policy. And at last, the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear. Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, Theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe, and I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange. Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial Army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting Viceroy.
Yotsu? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
Well, that was unexpected. You can say that again. I still don't know quite what to make of it all. But on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? They had naught to gain by divulging the details of their internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. You think this might all be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Perhaps, though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsu may have been the acting viceroy, but she's not Garlean, nor even highborn. Her value most presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphino, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on this matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Hien. While the ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed, though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the Kami know when I will be afforded another. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. What do you mean? This is interesting. I was just about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, Caetsu. Let's leave Alphino to dispense his copious knowledge. Someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakazuki. Go on and keep Alizé company. We are safe enough for now. A chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my depth, Caetsu. Though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. So we're left with the eternal question, what to do while they prattle on? Oh, a pancake! Oh, wait a minute, we're going to need money. Alright, for want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words, and it's not as if we will be missed here. Or will we? Caetsu, a moment if you would. Ah, Yugiri and Asahi, was it? You have some business with Caetsu? Business? No. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Oh, is that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the woman who would do battle with our common enemy. Unless you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss of me not to at least thank her for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugiri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? I'm quite sure he'll be safe with you, Yugiri. I'll just say it would be my pleasure. Of course, Asahi. Of course. In that case, I will join you as well. There's naught else to do until Lord Hien has reached his decision, and I can think of no finer way to learn more about the current state of Doma. It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yangsha. Might we start at the town of Monson? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Very well, if you will follow me. I was certain there was an opening there, but I suppose not. And here we are. Nay, can this truly be Monson, home to the cream of Doma's samurai? I'd heard that Yotsu intended to send some few of our automata here, but only by way of warning. It should not have come to this. Indeed, her savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up and protest. It was folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we can begin to make amends for this senseless destruction, the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult, once our nations are formally at peace, of course. Yes, of course. If you would have a better view of what remains of the castle, we must proceed through the ruins. It is a travesty. A travesty! I remember the keep being so beautiful. In the light of the setting sun, one would swear it was aflame. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it one day, when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Spoken like a true popularis. The needs of the people must of course come first. Speaking of whom, would you be opposed to my seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Namai is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. By river, yes, if you will follow... Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened to me there. By river, yes, if you will follow me, I will ready our boat. Am I supposed to hop over this wall? I guess we are now. Ugh. Combat? Ready to cast off?
Get back! I'm warning you! Someone's in trouble. Are you all right?
Hi.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too. I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
How strange, fighting alongside a Guardian. It's not particularly important what to kill first. I'm sure that if we help Alice quickly, then She will help with the rest. And I suppose Asahi can deal with the captain for a little bit.
Leave this to me. An opening.
Nice one, Asahi. Fair enough. Ah.
The art of my forebears.
Are they going to keep spawning like that? It appears to be probably. And there we go.
That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Thank you, sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsuyu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without, but if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
Not about that. True reform can only come from within.
I knew you would understand. You have witnessed such change firsthand, after all, during your time in Ishgard.
Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceable circumstances. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorzea in action, and few Imperial soldiers can say that, at least few who live to tell the tale. Indeed. Well, after that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord? But what of Namai? You seemed so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in imperial uniform with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however, thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would, and, with any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray go on ahead. Lord Hien is expecting you. I will remain without, keep watch over our guest. Very well, we had best not keep him waiting. Welcome back, my friend. Yukiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on a tour of Yangsha. I'd hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your excursions at Sakazuki. But I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yukiri a chance to make a full report, however, we must rely on you to supply the details. So please, tell us how it all unfolded. The Red Kojin. Here. Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Not that I'm aware of. If they are planning some new venture here in Yangsha, we will need to increase patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off, but tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? I still don't think he can be trusted, but he may very well be an honorable man. I still don't think he can be trusted. Then the question of what his true intention may be remains. Regardless of his aim, I'm resigned to playing his game. For now, at least. Well, forswearing summoning should be simple enough, considering you never dabbled in it in the first place, which just leaves the somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Kojin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alphinaud's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susanna was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Seki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Coaching the means to amass new stores of ether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends the Blue Kojin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bunshin and his people, and with their support, I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon the Susano. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there's aught we can do to help the Popularis garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. Will you all come with me?
Yes, of course, but what manner of business?
A past mistake which I would see put right, one which has weighed heavy on my mind.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company. The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are. The living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough. Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for Yotsuyu apart, I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade. Though I suppose if he and Yotsu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
Rise of a New Sun. What do we get? A full armor set. Finally! We've been waiting for that. With Yotsu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through. Alright.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango? How dreadful.
Oh dear.
Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. A part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say.
Do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all?
No. I'm a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you will excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreement. Of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yangsha. This will take time, of course. Of course, you may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until you return. We will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their icon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I'm informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young Domans from a band of Kojin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Please, there's no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The plight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Kojin, or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Until we meet again. Caetsu. As before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. I wonder why he was supposed to leave the other Guardians there. The ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Fluminis. Let us be off.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha. Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy. What in the... Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne?
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos. Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me. Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance. I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
How quaint. That is actually a story we've been told previously by some of the people of Doma, I believe, about how Xenos appeared on the battlefield.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Yugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
Oh dear. It makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, this possible emotion simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the women who slew his lord the woman who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance and the Gallian prisoners made ready for the exchange, but you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. In about 3 months. Or next week. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it would be best if we remained in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yotsuyu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through this sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I'm not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. To Kugane then. Totaro and the others must know of what transpired here. I think this is actually an excellent place to take a picture. So I'll do that. Skin says, I gotta go. I hope you keep having a good stream and a good day. Thank you, Skin. Thank you for watching. I'm actually on the way to round up the stream myself. So that is perfectly fine. I hope you have a good day. This works, sort of. A little bit more light here, a bit of light there, and there we go. Maybe actually a little bit closer. Now to Kogane. My, it seems you're all in quite the predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it.
Yes, of course. We're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose all can wait if any urgent news should come through the office.
About that, I wish to apologize, Tataru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds.
That's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Soroban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Caetsu should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger.
Oh dear.
Forgive me, Caetsu. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value. Knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Rio and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there's even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game. For now.
That's a little funny. I guess mages and such get their art coffers later.
Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought.
Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes, we were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital.
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Let's pick up the next quest. Well, first we open our little treasure here. Get our song here. Is all of this gear upgrades? It seems to be, yes. How intimidating. That actually looks really good. How would it look? Oh, that looks really, really nice. Well, there it is. If you're ranged or a ninja, you get the quest after. Ah, Caetsu, impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Coaching to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Guardian's part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yangsha. It would seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. According to the letter, Yotsu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways for the Enclave then. Lord Hien will be waiting. We'll be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru? Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. And without spending too much money, Alphino. Right, and now we look for an inn. So, this means that we're on the way to the end of the stream. So if there's anything you would like to ask me about or talk about before we round up, this is an excellent time to do so. Otherwise, we will simply take a picture. Oh, look, another Lalafell. Hey, wait, are they also wearing a raincoat? No, they're not. Oh, they're still cute. Let's get a picture. We can get a picture with this. Okay, I wanted to take it next to him, but I guess we can't do that. This is a great picture. Right. On that note, let me just, in place of a question or a different discussion subject, let me tell something else. You will see as a pinned comment in the live chat, there is a Discord link. That is a link to the Discord community server related with the YouTube channel. So if you like to talk with the people that you've met in this stream chat, there is a good chance you will find them there as well. And if you find it difficult to follow what happens on the channel, then this Discord server happens to have a dedicated room for the weekly schedule, so you can better keep an overview of what's happening there, and a room dedicated to whenever I post pretty much any video or stream, which means sometimes that you'll be let know things slightly sooner than normal. In particular, you will not be at the mercy of the YouTube algorithm to be told when I post something, especially something like the weekly schedule, if you are on the Discord server. And I think that's pretty much it. So, we actually managed to do everything I set out to do. We're a little bit over time, but that's actually much better than previous streams, and also previous post-game streams. I think we did pretty well overall. So, that means that all that's left to say from me is good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Either way, thank you all so much for watching. It always makes it more fun when there are some people that want to participate, especially. That was a very funny joke from Skin, or at least setup, among other things. So thank you all so much for watching, and we say goodnight to Smol Kai here. And then we say goodbye. Good night. Good night.